Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, oh, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada.
Hare Krishna.
Prabhupada, 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 Jai Jai Prabhupada. Jai Jai Prabhupada, 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 Jai Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jai Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jai Srila Prabhupada. Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakti Sadma Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakti Sadma Bando moe savadana mate Bando moe savadana mate Yahara prasade bai e bhavatoria jai Yahara prasade bai e bhavatoria jai Krishna prapti hoy jahan hoyte Krishna prapti hoy jahan hoyte Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Chitte Koriya Aikya Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Chitte Koriya Aikya Arana Koriha Mane Asha Arana Koriha Mane Asha Shri Guru Charane Rati Aise Uttama Gati Shri Guru Charane Rati Aise Uttama Gati Jai prasade pure sarva asha. Jai prasade pure sarva asha. Chakudam dilo jai janme janme Prabhu se. Chakudam dilo jai janme janme Prabhu se. Divya Gyan Hriday Prakashita. Divya Gyan Hriday Prakashita. Prema Bhakti ahoite avijave nashajate. Prema Bhakti ahoite avijave nashajate. De Gaya Haracharita. De Gaya Haracharita. Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Adama Janara Bandhu. Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Adama Janara Bandhu. Lokena Lokera Jivana. Lokena Lokera Jivana. Ha ha Pravakora Doya Deha More Pada Choya. Ha ha Pravakora Doya Deha More Pada Choya. Ebeyaz Goshokte Bhavana. Ebeyaz Goshokte Bhavana. Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Adama Janara Bandhu. Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Adama Janara Bandhu. Lokena Lokera Jivana. Lokena Lokera Jivana. Ha ha Prabhu Koradoya Deha More Pada Chaya. Ha ha Prabhu Koradoya Deha More Pada Chaya. Ebeyaz Goshokte Bhavana. Ebeyaz Goshokte Bhavana. Prabhupada, 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 Jai Jai Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jai Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jai Prabhupada. Jaya Jai Prabhupada, 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 Jai Jai Prabhupada. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namane. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharane Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pasyacha Deshatarane. Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrindavan. Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrindavan. Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrindavan. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrindavan. Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrindavan. Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrindavan. Jai Jai Shri Chaitanya Jai Nityananda Jai Advaita Chandra Jai Gaur Bhakta Vrindavan. Jai Jai Shri Chaitanya Jai Nityananda Jai Advaita Chandra Jai Gaur Bhakta Vrindavan. Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga, Gaura Hare. Nitai Gauranga, Gaura Hare. Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga. Nitai Gauranga Jaya, Nitai Gauranga. Nitai Gauranga Jaya, Gaura Hari. Nitai Gauranga Gaura Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo. Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo. Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo.
Govindam Hari Purusham Tamaham Bhajami. Govindam Hari Purusham Tamaham Bhajami.
Radha Sham Sundar Radha Sham Sundar Radhe. Jaya Lalita Vishakara Radhe Sham Lalita Vishaka Jaya Radhe Sham. Jaya Krishna Balaram, Krishna Balaram, Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram. Jaya Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram. Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram. Jaya Gauranitai, Gauranitai. Jaya Gauranitai, নিতাই নিত্যানন্দ রাম জয় নিত্যানন্দ রাম জয় নিত্যানন্দ রাম জয় নিত্যানন্দ রাম নিত্যানন্দ রাম জয় নিত্যানন্দ রাম জয় নিত্যানন্দ রাম জয় নিত্যানন্দ রাম নিত্যানন্দ রাম জয় নিত্যানন্দ রাম দয়াল নিতাই 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 শ্রী কৃষ্ণ চৈতন্য প্রভু দয়া করো মোরে শ্রী কৃষ্ণ চৈতন্য প্রভু দয়া করো মোরে তোমা বিনা কে দয়ালো জগত সংসারে তোমা বিনা কে দয়ালো জগত সংসারে পতিত পাবন হেতু তব অবতার পতিত পাবন হেতু তব অবতার আমুষামপ তিত প্রভু না পাইবে আর আমুষামপ তিত প্রভু না পাইবে আর আহা প্রভু নিত্যানন্দ প্রেমানন্দ শোকে আহা প্রভু নিত্যানন্দ প্রেমানন্দ সুখে কৃপা বল কনকর আমি বড় দুঃখে কৃপা বলো কন করো আমি বড় দুঃখে দয়া করো সীতাপতি অদ্বৈত গোসাই দয়া করো সীতাপতি অদ্বৈত গোসাই তব কৃপা বলে পাই চৈতন্য নিতাই তব কৃপা বলে পাই চৈতন্য নিতাই আহা স্বরূপ সনাতন রূপর গুণাত আহা স্বরূপ সনাতন রূপর গুণাত ভট্ট যুগ শ্রীজীব খার প্রভু লোকনাথ ভট্ট যুগ শ্রীজীব খার প্রভু লোকনাথ দয়া কর শ্রী আচার্য প্রভু শ্রীনিবাস দয়া কর শ্রী আচার্য প্রভু শ্রীনিবাস রামচন্দ্র সঙ্গমগে নরোত্তম দাস রামচন্দ্র সঙ্গমগে নরোত্তম দাস শ্রী কৃষ্ণ চৈতন্য প্রভু দয়া করো মোরে তোমা বিনা কে দয়ালো জগত সংসারে Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Nitai Gaurango, Nitai Gaurango, Nitai Gaurango, Nitai Gaurango, Nitai Gaurango, Gaura Hare. Bolo Nitai Gaurango, Gaura Hare. Nitai, 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 Nitai Gaurango. Nitai, 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 Nitai Gaurango. Nitai Gaurango, Nitai Gaurango. Nitai Gaurango, Nitai Gaurango. Oh, Nitai Gaurango, Gaura Hare. Nitai, 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 Nitai Gaurango. Nitai, 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 Nitai Gaurango. Nitai, 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 Nitai Gaurango. Nitai Gaurango, Gaura Hare. Bolo Nitai Gaurango, Gaura Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Gaur Nityananda Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Gaur Nityananda Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Gaur Nityananda Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Gaur Nityananda Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Gaur Nityananda Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Hari bol, Hari bol. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Haraye Namo Krishna Jadabai Namaha. Haraye Namo Krishna Jadabai Namaha. Jadabai Madhabai Keshabai Namaha. Gopal Govinda Ram Sri Madhusudan. Giridhari Gopinath Madana Mohan. Sri Chaitanya Nityananda Sri Advaita Sita. Sri Chaitanya Nityananda Sri Advaita Sita. Sri Chaitanya Nityananda Sri Advaita Sita. Hari Guru Vaishnava Bhagavad-Gita. Hari Guru Vaishnava Bhagavad-Gita. Shri Rup Shri Sanatana Bhatta Raghunath. Shri Jiva Gopal Bhatta Das Raghunath. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Bolo.
Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Rama, Hare Hare.
Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare.
Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Ram Rama Hare Hare
Oh, Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare
Hare Hare Hare Ram
Oh, Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ramo 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 Hare Hare
No Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ramo 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Jaya Prabhupada
Prabhupada
Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada
Shila Prabhupada
Prabhupada Oh Prabhupada Nitai Gaur Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitai Gaur Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitai Gaur Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol
Shri Nityananda Rama Ki Jai Vishnupad Paramahansa Parivrajacharya Stotara Satashi Madhavangri Saisi Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai Nityananda Vishnupad Paramahansa Parivrajacharya Stotara Satashi Srimati Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur Maharaj Ki Anant Koti Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Namacharya Srila Harirasa Thakur Ki प्रेम से कहो श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवसरी गौवतरिंद की श्री श्री राधा कृष्ण गो गोपीनाथ श्याम कुंड राधा कुंड गिरी गोवर्धन की श्री वृंदावन धाम की श्री मायापुर धाम की जगन्नाथपुरी धाम की एक चक्र धाम की श्री श्री गौर निताय की श्री श्री कृष्ण बलराम की श्री श्री राधा श्याम सुंदर ललित विशाखा देवी की निताय गौर प्रेमानंदी All glories to the assembled devotees, all glories to the assembled devotees, all glories to the assembled devotees, all glories to Shri Shri Guru, Shri Gauranga, Srila Prabhupada Ki, Shri Nityananda Prabhu Ki. There will be facilities in Balaram Hall for elderly devotees to have the darshan of the Abhishek. That'll be at 10:15 in Balaram Hall. You can watch the Abhishek on screen very peacefully. It'll be very crowded here. Thank you.
तो जो भी वरिष्ठ भक्तगण हैं, प्रभु जी और माता जी, आपके लिए अभिषेक का दर्शन करने का मौका रहेगा बलराम हॉल में। वहाँ पर आप अच्छे से बैठ के अभिषेक दर्शन कर सकते हैं स्क्रीन में प्रोजेक्टर के थ्रू। तो 10:15 बजे अभिषेक शुरू होगा। तो वरिष्ठ भक्तों के लिए अभिषेक दर्शन करने का सुलभ अवसर है बलराम हॉल में 10:15 बजे. हरे कृष्णा. And now we have the glorification of Lord Nityananda. We will be hearing from Dinabandhu Prabhu from 8 to 9, and then 9 to 10, Vyasaki Prabhu will be glorifying Lord Nityananda. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. So today is the 13th day of the bright half of the month of Magh, also known as Nityananda Trayodasi, the holy appearance day of Sri Nityananda Prabhu. So today we're going to, by the mercy of the Vaishnavas, try to speak something about Lord Nityananda Prabhu. But first, we'll ask my dear friend Arjun Bhattacharya to sing very wonderful song of Narottam Das Thakur, glorifying the lotus feet of Sri Nityananda Prabhu, Nitai Pada Kamala. Nitai Pada Kamala Koti Chandra Sushitala Nitai Vineba Radha Krishna Paitena Nitai Vineba Radha Krishna Paitena Jai Vasu Varaja. Jaina Balila Muge Majilo Sansara Suge Jaina Balila Muge Jagule Gigori Beta Jagule Gigori Beta Ankare Mata Hai Hidai Pada Pasariya Ankare Mata Hai Hidai Pada Pasariya Asatare Satya Korimani Asatare Satya Korimani Karunita Charana Dukani Jaya Charana Satya Tara Seva Ganidya Jaya Charana Satya Tara Seva Ganidya Karanga Karane Rapa. Kamala Koti Janga Sushikala Jaya Jai Nityalila Vishnu Vishnupada Savangiri Sila A.C. Bhakti-Vedanta Swami Sila Prabhupada Ki Ananda Gauri Vaishnavrinda Ki Jai Sad Goswami Prabhu Ki Namacharya Jila Haridas Thakur Ki Prem Sikaho Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaur Bhaktivinoda Ki Sri Sri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopi Go Shama Kund Radha Kund Giri Govardhan Ki Brajabhumi Vrindavan Dham Ki Sri Navadip Maya Pradam Ki, Sri Jagannath Puri Dham Ki, Ganga Maya Jamuna Maya Ki, Srimati Vrindadevi Tulsi Maharani Ki, Sri Nityananda Prabhu Avirbhav Maha Mahotsav Ki, Nityananda Trayadasi Ki, Dai Go Premanande. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories, all glories, all glories to Sri Guru Gauranga. Glories to you, Srila Prabhupada. Jai Nitai! Jai Nitai! So with the blessings of the Vaishnavas, although we're a very fallen, worthless soul, we'll try to glorify Sri Nityananda Prabhu today. He has many wonderful pastimes, but our Vrindavan Das Thakur said, I have no way to finish writing about the wonderful pastimes of Nityananda Prabhu. Every moment there's millions of pastimes, so we'll just touch a little bit on some of the pastimes of Lord Nityananda. Om Agyana Timirandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chaksurun Militam Jena Tasmai Sri Gurave Nama Sri Chaitanya Manubhistam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadati Swafadandigam Adadanastranandan Dhaividam Yache Puna Puna Srimad Rupa Padambujo Dilisyam Janma Janmani Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaura Bhaktivinoda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Vanchakalpatrubhyascha Kripa Sindhuvaivata Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namah. So there's a very wonderful verse from, actually it's the first verse of Chaitanya Bhagavat, where we find lots of information, more than Chaitanya Charitamrita, we find lots of information about Lord Nityananda. So very beautiful verse to start our class. Ajana lambita bhujo kanaka vadato sankirtanai kapitaro kamalaya taksho visvambaro dvijabaro jugadharma palo bande jagatta priyakaro karuna avataro. So we're talking about two personalities in this verse. So in Sanskrit we not only have singular and plural, we also have dual. And the dual of any word that ends in a, then the dual is o. So he says ajana lambita bhujo, that both of them, ajana means up to the knees. Bhuja, we know bhuj, right? Their limbs are stretching up to the knees. Ajana lambita bhujo. This is considered a very, very auspicious symptom in the body of great personalities. Ajana lambita bhujo, kanaka vadato. Kanaka means golden. Kanaka vadato, their luster, both of them. It says, oh, so it's talking about two personalities. Both of their lusters are like molten gold. Kanaka vadato. Sankirtanaika pitaro. Not Pita, but Pitaro. Both of them are the fathers of this Sankirtan movement. We're going to hear about that in a little while. Sankirtanaika Pitaro, Kamalaya Taksho. Kamala means lotus, and Aksha means eye. Their eyes just like blooming lotus petals. Kamalaya Taksho. Visvambaro. Visva we know is universe. Ambara means who holds. So both of them, Visvambaro, not Visvambar. We know Lord Chaitanya's name, Nimai's name was Visvambar. But here it says Visvambaro. Both of them are Visvambar. How is that? We know that Lord Chaitanya, he's none other than Krishna himself. Who's Visvambar, who's holding the whole universe. But Lord Nityananda, he's none other than Balaram. Brijandanandana say, Brijandanandana jay, Sachi Sutta hoilo say, Balaram hoilo nitai. So we know Balaram in his form of Nantashesh, he's sustaining the whole universe on his hoods. So both of them, Visvambaro, Dvijabaro, they're both the best of the Brahmanas. We know Lord Chaitanya was the son of Jagannath Mishra, and Nitai, he was the son of Harai Pandit. Visvambaro, Dvijabaro, Juga Dharma Palo. Palna means to nourish, to care for, to protect, to increase. So these two brothers, we just heard, before they were Krishna and Balaram, they were Gopals. But in this incarnation, Yuga Dharma Pal, Yuga Dharma Palo, both of them are Yuga Dharma Pals. They're protecting, they're nourishing, increasing, augmenting this Yuga Dharma of Harinam Sankirtan. Yuga Dharma Palo, Bande Jagata Priyakaro. And they're the well-wishers of this universe. They've given such simple process for the fallen souls. And so especially we're going to hear a little Lord Nityananda, he saves the most fallen. That's why it's appropriate that I should be sitting here. I'm the most fallen, so that I should be sitting here glorifying that somebody who's so fallen can glorify Lord Nityananda in this holy Dham of Sri Vrindavan. This is most glorification of Lord Nityananda. By this simple process, chanting Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. So that the well-wishers of this whole universe, Jagata Priyaka, Karuna Avataro, and both of them, they're avatars of Karuna. Karuna means compassion. So just about 100 miles north of Mayapur, Navadvip, in Birbhum district, there's a very sacred village called ISKCON. And in that very beautiful dham, I've been there, very beautiful green place, very sweet and wonderful, glorious place. There lived a very pure Brahmin named Harai Pandit. And he had a most chaste wife. So beautiful and chaste was Padmavati. They lived there in this Ekachakra Dham, very religiously. So on this 13th day of the bright half of the month of Magh, they were blessed with a very, very beautiful child. They were blessed with a very beautiful child, Nitai. And the whole village, at the time of his birth, the whole village was joyful. Everything was auspicious. The whole atmosphere was filled with joy. Everyone was so happy. Harai Pandit has got a wonderful son. And as he grew, he began to manifest so many wonderful qualities. In his studies, he was very, very diligent. Learned all the studies, especially the religious studies. He wasn't so interested like other children in playing. Actually, he was interested in playing. But what was Lord Nitai's play, little Nitai's play? He was always imitating with his friends the pastimes of Lord Krishna. In their childhood play, they would imitate the pastimes of Lord Krishna. One time they got all the boys together, they became an assembly of demigods. One other boy came dressed as a cow and came before the demigods, crying about the burden that was weighing down on herself. So they didn't know what to do, all the assembly of demigods. There was a river nearby, so they pretended that river was the ocean of milk. And one boy who was hidden said, "Do not worry, I shall appear in Mathura Gokul very soon to save all of you." Another time, in the middle of the night, they were doing their plays day and night. In the middle of the night, they made a mock jail cell, and they had Lord Krishna appear in the jail cell to Vasudeva and Devaki. Before that, they did the wedding of Vasudeva and Devaki, and the warning voice coming from the sky. We were listening to that for a couple of months here in Vrindavan. In this way, they performed all the different pastimes. One one child became Putana, another climbed on top to drink her breast milk, and one time they made some grass reeds like a snake, and Krishna came and chastised Kali and vanished him from the river. They went to the bank of the river. This way they were doing all the pastimes of Lord Krishna in so many ways. Even they did the pastimes of Lord Ram. They showed Lord Ram being banished to the forest, and Lakshman, who was played by Nitai, went with him. Then somebody played Hanuman in the forest. They met Hanuman, and later they took all those monkeys, they went to the shore of the ocean, and they pretended to build a bridge across the river, pretending like it was the ocean. They charged across the bridge to challenge Ravan. In this way they performed all these pastimes. Finally, they had Nitai especially liked to perform the part of Lakshman, because in Ram Lila, Balaram has become Lakshman. So Ravana took his Shakti Shela weapon and he shot it at Nitai, and Nitai fell down on the ground, and he was practically lifeless. No one could see any symptom of life. All the children became frightened. They tried to revive him, but Lakshman was completely gone, Nitai was completely gone. The word went through the village. Harai Pandit and Padmavati came running there. They saw the lifeless body of Nitai. Everybody was crying. Nobody knew what to do. Finally one boy said, "Oh, don't you remember? Before the play he told us, I will fall unconscious. Then that boy playing Hanuman, he has to go get the Gandamana? Gandamana mountain. He has to bring the Sanjeevani herb." Oh yes, immediately the boy who was playing Hanuman, he jumped up, he began to run. One sadhu told him, "Why are you hurrying so fast? You sit down, takes your bath, have some fruit." He said, No, Lakshman is unconscious, I have to bring something to save him. He said, No, you shouldn't trouble your body so much. You take a bath and then have some fruits. So then, expecting the word of that mystic, he went to the river to take bath. Immediately a crocodile came. Now we can't imagine, crocodiles, they have 1,000 per square inch pressure on when they bite. 1,000 pounds per square inch pressure. This crocodile, and Nitai very easily finished off that crocodile. Then he saw that mystic had turned into a big demon. He said, you saved yourself from that crocodile, but now you have to save yourself from me. And very easily Nitai defeated that demon. Then he went on his journey, and suddenly some boys playing the parts of Gandharvas attacked him. Very easily he defeated all the Gandharvas. Then he got the hill, and he brought the Sanjeevani herb. And then they called that boy who was supposed to play the Vaidya, and they put the herbs underneath the nose of Lakshman. And then they chanted, and then Lakshman immediately revived himself. And everybody was so shocked that they thought Nitai had left this world. And then Nitai revived himself. Everybody was very happy. In this way they absorbed themselves day and night. And everybody said, how does he know all these pastimes? Where does he get all these things? And little Nitai just said, these are all my pastimes. In this day, gradually, one very wonderful sannyasi, effulgent sannyasi, was wandering from holy place to holy place. He came to Ekachakra Dham. And in a secluded place, he took Harai Pandit and he said, look, I'm traveling to many holy places. I have no good Brahmin assistant. Let your Nitai come with me. And Harai Pandit, it was like somebody was asking for his life. Nityananda was his life and soul. He didn't know what to do, and he thought, in the past, many persons have also been put in this dilemma, like Dasarat. He was also put in this dilemma, what should I do? If I give Nityananda away, it's like losing my life. But if I don't follow the words of the saint, then I'll also be destroyed. What can I do? He went to Pabhavati, and she heard the whole thing. He said, my Swami, whatever you think is best, you do. So then with a heavy heart, he gave Nitai's hand into the hand of that sadhu, and they left. Harai Pandit barely maintained. He gave up eating grains for about 3 months, just only maintaining himself by the memory of Nitai. Then they traveled. Chaitanya Bhagavad-Gita is an intricate description. There's probably even places I never heard of. They went to all the different holy places, here and there and here and there. They came to Braj also. They wandered all over Braj. Then they wandered. Then at some point, Nitai left that sannyasi and began to travel on his own. And he was absorbed in the ecstasy of love of God, chanting the holy names. Somewhere along the way, he saw a very effulgent personality surrounded by his disciples. And as soon as he saw him, he recognized the symptoms of love of God in the body of this person. This was none other than Madhavendra Puri, who's the root of the tree of ecstatic love of Godhead. Before this, it wasn't manifested. But this was Lord Chaitanya, Lord Nityananda's mission to manifest this ecstatic love for God. So as soon as they saw each other, they became stunned. They ran toward each other, each trying to touch the feet of the other. Then they embraced and rolled on the ground, crying and crying. All the disciples were amazed. They had never seen such ecstatic love for God manifested in any personality before. They were rolling on the ground, exerting themselves. The disciples were shocked. They'd never seen anything. Finally, they managed to calm each other down, and they discussed many confidential topics together. And they traveled together for some time. And nobody can understand the topics about Krishna that they discussed. In this way they traveled to many, many holy places together for some time. Then Nitai, he headed toward Braj. And he came here to Braj, and he began to manifest pastimes of cowboy. He would go and steal butter from the houses of the Brishbasis. He would always stay wherever there was cows. He wouldn't sleep in ordinary places, but wherever there was goshalas, he would stay there. He wandered all over Braj to all the 12 forests. Especially, he had special pastimes at Ramghat, which is where Lord Balaram had his rasa dance. He was stealing butter and having wonderful pastimes there in Ramghat. finally he stayed here in a place on the bank of the Jamuna called Sringarvat, where Lord Krishna did the Sringar, the decoration of Srimati Radharani. And he was just waiting. He knew that his Nimai has appeared in Mayapur, but he hasn't manifested his pastimes yet. Hasn't manifested his real mission yet. So he began to stay here in Braj, waiting for that appropriate time. Finally, when Lord Chaitanya, of course we know Lord Chaitanya, he went to Gaya and he met Ishwar Puri, the disciple of Madhavinda Puri. And he came back a God-struck man, completely changed from before he was a great Pandit, defeating everyone. And he was such a Pandit, he would defeat everyone, then he would defeat himself and establish the opposite point. But now he came back, everything was Krishna, Krishna, Krishna. Then Nitai thought, now is the time to go. And he traveled all the way to Mayapur. And just where there was the old prasadam hall that's now for food distribution, just after that, the next mutt down is Goswami Mutt. That is Nandanacharya's house. He stayed there at Nandanacharya's house. And Lord Chaitanya called all his devotees. He said, some great personality has come to Navadvip, because I had a special dream last night. I came out of my house and some huge personality dressed in blue garments and very bright white colored body with the earring in his left ear and carrying a great big pole on his arm and a grand chariot. He came to this place and he said, is this the home of Nimai Pandit? In a very loud voice, is this the home of Nimai Pandit? Over and over again, so I can understand that a great personality has come. So you please find him. He especially gave Haridas and Srivas Pandit, you find out this great personality. They went all over Navadvip, they couldn't find out the information of anybody. They couldn't find out that anybody has arrived from outside of Navadvip. So they came back, because Mahaprabhu wanted to show that Nityananda Prabhu was very confidential. Only by the mercy of Lord Chaitanya we can understand Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, by the mercy of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu we can understand Lord Nityananda. So then, next morning Lord Chaitanya said, you follow me. They went with Kirtan down the way to Nandanacharya's house. There on the veranda of Nandanacharya's house they saw this wonderful personality who was absorbed in his own mood. He didn't see Nimai had come. So he told Srivas, chant one verse, especially this verse from Srimad Bhagavatam, Bahapitam natavara vipo karniko karnikayam. As soon as that entered Nityananda's ears, he rolled on the ground, he began shouting and dancing, and both of them saw each other. When they saw each other, their natural love for each other was awakened. They embraced each other and rolled on the ground. Everybody was astounded. What is this? In this way, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu manifested Lord Nityananda's glories before all the Vaishnavas. Then they started their Sankirtan pastimes, just like sometimes we sing, Eshikadiya sabnadiya firche nechi gornitai, Eshikadiya sabnadiya firche nechi gornitai, Radha Krishna bol bol bolore sobai, Radha Krishna bol bol bolore sobai. They manifested so many wonderful pastimes, especially for our sake. They manifest this pastime of Jagai Madai, that they were the most fallen. No one more fallen than them. This pastime shows that even those persons that Lord Chaitanya rejects, Lord Nityananda can save. Because we know this pastime, we won't go into detail because everybody knows this pastime. And finally, when they broke, when Madai, because he became mad, that's why he's called Madai. He broke Nityananda's head with his pot. And you know how a cut on the head, it bleeds like anything. Nityananda's face was half was completely red. His whole half kurta was red. And when this news came to Lord Chaitanya, he immediately came running there. He pulled out his Sudarshan Chakra, ready to cut Madai into pieces. Meanwhile, Jagai, he's Jagai because he's Jagai. He said, "What have you done? What have you done?" He was telling him, "Please chant." He said, "You get out of here, you dirty Hare Krishnas. We don't want to listen to this name of God, and we don't want to have anything to do with this." And then Lord Chaitanya appeared with his Sudarshan Chakra. And Lord Nityananda stopped him. He said, "You patita pavana hetu tava avatara. You've come to save the most fallen. In Kali Yuga, everybody's like this. How can we preach? We'll just go on the street and shoot you. Take a Bhagavad-Gita." No. So then Lord Chaitanya, since he saw that Lord Nityananda has made up his mind to save these two rascals, he sent that Sudarshan Chakra back. And Lord Nityananda picked up those two had fallen. They'd fallen on the feet of Lord Nityananda. That, "Please save us, please save us." And Lord Nityananda dropped them on the feet of Lord Chaitanya. Lord Chaitanya embraced them. You just imagine. And he said, "You give up all your sinful ways and you chant the holy name." And they jumped in the air, began dancing and chanting and dancing and chanting. They became such great Vaishnavas that if you go on Navadip Mandal Prikrama sometime, we come to one place called Jagai Madai Ghat. Even they named a god after them. This is the power of Lord Nityananda. That even those who reject Lord Chaitanya was ready to cut them to pieces, but Lord Nityananda saved them. So this is why we're all sitting here in this holy Dham of Sri Vrindavan Dham at the lotus feet of Srila Prabhupada is only the mercy of Lord Nityananda. And Srila Prabhupada is the manifestation of that mercy of Lord Nityananda. Srila Prabhupada ki. So finally there's so many, we could go on and on and on, so many wonderful pastimes. Finally Lord Chaitanya, he went to Katwa, took sannyas, then he went to Puri. On the way to Puri, we know Lord Nityananda broke his danda. He's the Supreme Personality of God. What is the use of his taking sannyas? So he broke his danda. And then every year all the devotees would come to Puri for Rath Yatra. And Lord Nityananda would also come. And one time Chaitanya Mahaprabhu took him to a confidential place and he told Nitai that actually I promised to save everyone in this world, but I took sannyas and left Navadvip. I left Bengal. You have to go back and save everyone, as I can't leave here. So you have to go back and save everyone. So Lord Nityananda, with a heavy heart, he left. He gathered all his associates who were nothing, because all the associates of Lord Nityananda are Gopals. Especially there's 12 that are very famous, the 12 Gopals, Vadash Gopal. And they were completely absorbed in Krishna Leela in their hearts. And they started off toward Bengal. And they were just chanting and dancing and talking about Krishna. And they were just walking down the road in a funny way, not walking straight. And they were just wandering here and there. Finally they came out of their ecstasy. They asked someone, "Where is the Ganga?" "You're going to the Ganga? You missed the turn 10 miles back." So then they turned another way, and again they were just discussing Krishna and chanting. They went along, and they came out of the ecstasy, they asked someone, "Where is the Ganga?" "Ganga? You're way off track. You have to go this way." With great trouble, they finally reached the bank of the Ganga, and they came to a very famous place called Panihati. And in Panihati they began to stay at the house of Raghava Pandit. One day, Nitai, he desired that I want to have so many ornaments. I want to decorate myself with so many ornaments. And suddenly people out of nowhere just came from the town and began to offer so many golden rings and golden crowns and bracelets, silver, diamonds, pearls, rubies. Lord Nityananda had a ring for every finger. He had rings on his toes, he had a ring on his ear, somebody brought beautiful blue cloth, and he made a big blue turban, and he made a blue dhoti. Completely opposite. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was so renounced, we know the pastimes of Lord Chaitanya, but Nitai completely manifesting opulence. Then they started Nam Sankirtan in the house of Raghava Pandit with all the devotees. Finally Lord Nitai said, let's go in the streets. And they went through the streets doing Nam Sankirtan. Whoever Lord Nityananda glanced on, that person fell on the ground, struck with ecstatic love of God. This is the mercy of Lord Nityananda. Just by glancing on anyone, they would get ecstatic love of God. All the little children became just like cowboys. They were running around and dancing. They began to rip up trees from the ground and play with them just like cowboys. And nobody, even 7 men couldn't hold them. They became so strong. 7 men couldn't hold them from ripping up trees and doing things like this. All completely, they became mad, and just by the influence of Lord Nitai. And of course we know when the word got to Raghunath Das Goswami that Nitai is in Panihati, then he came there to get darshan of Lord Nityananda. And Lord Nityananda punished him with the Chiradadi Utsav, and show that without getting the mercy of Lord Nityananda, he wanted to go straight to Lord Chaitanya. But Lord Chaitanya sent him back. Lord Chaitanya came to Advaita's house and he met him there. He said, no, you go home and pretend to be a pounds and shilling man, but don't come. But then Lord Nityananda chastised him to do this Chiradai Utsav. Then he brought Lord Chaitanya there. He put the feet of Lord Chaitanya on Raghunath Das's head. And this way, by the mercy of Lord Nityananda, we get the mercy of Lord Chaitanya. So then from Panihati, he went a little further south toward Navadvip. He came to Kardaha. In Kardaha again, they were doing Sankirtan through the streets of the town. And everybody Lord Nityananda glanced on got love of Godhead, just by his glance only. And this way he spread the Sankirtan movement in Kardaha. Finally from Kardaha they came to Saptagram. In Saptagram they stayed at the house of Udaran Datta, who was from the Suvarna Malik family. They were gold merchants. And this is the same Malik family which our Prabhupada is descended in. That Udaran Datta is his ancestor. Srila Prabhupada, same Malik family. And again, through the streets, again glancing at everyone. From Saptagram, he finally came to Navadvip and began doing Sankirtan in Navadvip. In Navadvip, he found a place in Mayapur that was very secluded, where there was a wonderful pure Brahma named Hiranya Pandit. He lived far in the jungle, very secluded place. So Nitai thought this is a nice place to stay. He would go outside for doing Harinam, but he would come back and stay in a secluded place. And this way he manifested so many wonderful Sankirtan potencies. In Navadvip there was a young Brahmin who was actually only a Brahmin in name only. He was a meat eater, wine drinker, womanizer, in fact he was the commander-in-chief of all the dacoits of Navadvip. He saw Lord Nityananda with all this gold and silver and diamond and pearl. And he called all of the associates together. Why are we suffering? Mother Chandi has given us a great opportunity. This crazy Avadut has come. He's got so much gold and silver, even if we add it all up, we can't imagine how many lakhs of rupees he's got. And he lives there in the forest with no one around. Mother Chandi has given us a wonderful opportunity. Tomorrow night we'll all meet at such and such place. We'll surround his house. And when he falls asleep, we'll raid him. Within a few minutes only, we'll be able to loot all of that gold and silver. We'll become rich. All the dacoits were very happy. They got swords and spears and choppers of all sorts. And they met at the agreed place, and they went through the forest to Hiranya Pandit's house. Then they stopped underneath the big tree, and they sent one to spy. And that spy went there. He peeked through the window. He saw Lord Nityananda was taking his meal, and all the devotees were chanting. Everybody was chanting, Hari Hari, Hari Hari, Hari Hari, Hari Hari, Hari Hari. So he came back He said, this is perfect opportunity. He's eating his dinner now. This means soon they'll all go to sleep. Then we'll rob them of all their things. So all the dacoits sat down underneath that tree, and they, by the Lord's mystic power, they all fell sound asleep. They were waiting and waiting, they all fell sound asleep. Suddenly in the morning, the crows began to call. They all woke up. The whole night has passed. How has this happened? Well, you were the first one to fall asleep. Yeah, and you were up all night long too? What are you talking about? Then the master of all the dacoits said, look, don't argue. Whatever's happened has happened by the will of Chandi. Probably because we didn't worship her before we came here to do our thievery. So now, today we will worship Chandi with all meat and wine and so many offerings. Then tonight we'll again meet and catch them and become rich. So they all went home, took their baths in the Ganga. They went home. Even though they're dacoits, they're so fortunate to get to take baths in the Ganga every day. So they went to Chandi Ma with so many horrible offerings. They made offerings and everything. They said, now we're going to certainly get success. So again in the night, they all met. They brought their choppers and swords and spears and knives and daggers, and they all met at a certain place. And then they crept toward Haranya Pandit's house alone in the jungle. And when they looked, they saw these huge personalities walking like drunken elephants, with all types of marvelous weapons, powerful weapons on their shoulders. They were all glancing with lotus petal eyes in all directions and chanting the name of Hari, 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 Hari. They had never seen such huge people before in their life. They wondered, where did these guards come from? Somebody said, oh, Nitai has guessed our intentions. He hired these guards from somewhere. No. Many people come to visit this so-called Gosai. He calls himself a Gosai, but look the way he dresses, look at how he eats. What kind of Gosai is this? So maybe somebody has come to visit him, some great military commander. This way they all began to speculate. And the leader of the dacoits said, stop this quarreling. Whatever's happened has happened by the will of Chandi. So let us wait a few more days and see if these guards go away. Then we'll try to rob him. So after 10 days, again, they made a pact to meet at that tree again and try to attack Nitai. So it just so happened that night there was no moon. There was dark clouds. It was completely black. Nobody went out on the street that night. Only these dacoits went through the forest. As soon as they got to Ranya Pandit's house, they became blind. They were all stricken with blindness. They couldn't see a thing. One of them fell where they throw out the dirty plates, and they fell in that ditch. And leeches and mosquitoes and scorpions bit them. Somebody else fell into the place where they passed stool, and all kinds of horrible smells and horrible bugs and scorpions began to eat them. Somebody else fell in a ditch and broke all his arms and legs, and this way they were all crying. And if that wasn't enough, then Lord Indra, seeing that they've come to steal from Nitai, he sent torrents of rain. Torrents of rain began to fall. They couldn't see a thing. They were totally blind. Somebody fell into a whole patch of thorns, and he couldn't move because every time he moved, he would get stuck more and worse. And like this, they were suffering like anything. Then Indra sent hail. This hail was coming down. They were just being tortured like anything by the hail. And they were crying and crying. Finally, the chief of all the dacoits, he came to his senses. He said, everybody says that this Nitai is not an ordinary man. Certainly he must be the Supreme Lord himself. oh, we have done a great offense. What can we do? The only way we can get free from this offense is to surrender to Him alone. And all the dacoits, they also realize, yes, this has been, He's actually the Supreme Lord. Everybody tells Nitai is not an ordinary person. Must have been by His mystic power. The first night we fell asleep, we didn't recognize. It was by His mystic power. The second night, He manifested all these guards. And this night He's manifested all these horrible things. We're suffering like anything. As all the dacoits began to contemplate that that Nitai is none other than the Supreme Personality of Godhead Himself, suddenly they got their eyesight back. And the leader of all the dacoits said, the only thing we can do is surrender unto the lotus feet of Lord Nityananda. So they all went to their homes, took their bath in the Ganga, then they came back to Haranya Pandit's house. Everybody saw this dacoit has come. All the devotees were struck with fear. And the dacoit, Nityananda, was sitting there, enjoying the company of the devotees, enjoying the Nam Sankirtan. When this dacoit came running into the house, raised his hands in the air, fell down at Lord Nityananda's feet. Please save me! Please save me! There's no one more sinful than me. Even I've tried to attack you. Please save me! Please save me! Everyone was astonished at the behavior of this dacoit. They couldn't believe. Somebody said, no, he's just pretending to get us off guard and steal from Lord Nityananda. And others said, no, Lord Nityananda can save the most fallen. He's been saved by Lord Nityananda. Lord Nityananda said, why are you behaving like this? Lord Nityananda smiled with a very charming smile. He said, why are you behaving like this? He said, my Lord, I'm born in a Brahmin family, but I'm a Brahmin in name only. I have done so many sins, there's no end to the list of my sins. There's no way, only if you show your mercy upon me can I be saved. Even we've attacked you and we still couldn't recognize. One night we all made a deal to come here and steal from you. By your mystic power, we all fell asleep. That time we couldn't understand your power. We all fell asleep by your mystic power. Another time we came, we saw these huge guards that you manifested. We couldn't understand that they were your manifestation of your own power. We were so fallen. Another night, last night we came, we lost our sight. We were bitten by scorpions, by bugs and leeches. We had tortured by hail and rain and mud. We didn't understand. Now we understand. You're the Supreme Personality of Godhead. You've come to save the most fallen. We're the most fallen. There's no list. I don't know what fate is awaiting me. And Lord Nityananda placed his lotus feet on this thief's head. He said, don't worry. Anyone who's taken shelter of me, he'll never be vanquished in this world. And this way people were astounded that the king of all the dacoits had surrendered to Lord Nityananda. So Lord Nityananda's glories were increased like anything. In this way, so many wonderful pastimes are there of Lord Nityananda described by our Vrindavan Das Thakur. We could go on forever, but we'll put our voice to rest here and we'll ask Vyasika to please come and continue glorifying Lord Nityananda. Lord Nityananda Prabhu ki! So this gives us some hope that even though we're the most fallen, by the mercy of Lord Nityananda, somehow or other we'll be saved from this sansara, this blazing fire of material existence. Hare Krishna. I'm a tough act to follow.
Yeah, right. So I've been singing for the last 24 hours.
You want to sing the bhajan?
Yeah, I'm going to sing.
Harmonia?
Yeah, I don't need.
No. So kartal only.
Thank you. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna. Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Om Agyantimirandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshurun Militam Yena Tasmai Sri Guruve Namaha. Mukam Karoti Vachalam Pangum Laikayate Girim Yat Kripatamaham Bande Sri Gurun Dinatarinam Vanchakalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhyevacha Patitanang Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So, coming to speak after Dinabandhu is very intimidating. But we shall try to say something, because he's already said everything that I was planning to say, so I have to say something different now. So let us first look at this beautiful song by Narottam Das Thakur. Nitai pada kamala koti chandra sushitala. That the lotus feet of Lord Nityananda is more cooling, more soothing than millions of full moons. Because the full moon is the most beautiful day, or I should say the most beautiful night. It's very soothing, very beautiful. And the lotus feet of Nityananda is more soothing, more beautiful, more blissful to see and to be near than 10 million full moons. Jai Chaya Jagata Jurai. And to be in the shade of those lotus feet, that's the goal of life. That's the ecstasy, that's the ananda, to be in the shade of those lotus feet. Then he says, Heno nitai vinebhai Radha Krishna paitenai. That without taking shelter of those lotus feet, you're not going to get the mercy of Radha and Krishna. You cannot come to Radha and Krishna and expect to get their mercy and to enter into their intimate Leela without first getting the mercy of Lord Nityananda. Heno nitai vine bhai, oh my brothers, oh my friends, oh my family members. Without Nityananda, Radha Krishna paitenai. Therefore, drida kori taro nitai pai, drida kori nitai pai. You want to hold on very firmly to the lotus feet of Lord Nityananda. So this is very important. You know, Srila Prabhupada, he says here, the whole idea is that we are ISKCON. And in ISKCON, we're worshiping Gaur Nitai, Lord Nityananda, and Lord Chaitanya. They're on every altar. The Panchatattva is on every altar, in every temple, in every country, in every city of the entire world. And I find it very, what's the word? A little strange when you go into a Gaudiya Math temple, there's no Lord Nityananda. They have Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Radha and Krishna, but no Nityananda. And of course they'll say, well, we're trying to establish that Sri Krishna Chaitanya, Radha Krishna Nahe Anya. That's what we're trying to establish. But we're also establishing that. But in order to establish that, we don't eliminate Lord Nityananda, because Nitai Chara Radha Krishna Paitenai. Without Lord Nityananda, you're not going to get the mercy of Lord Chaitanya. You're not going to get the mercy of Radha and Krishna. You can't ignore or you can't jump over. So here he's saying that Narottam Das Thakur, who's the great Acharya in our line, he's saying that without Lord Nityananda, we're never going to be able to enter into the intimate pastimes of Radha and Krishna. Then he says, Ahankare matta hoya nitai pada pashariya asatyare satya korimani asatyare satya korimani. He's saying ahankare. By our false ego, matta hoya, we become mad. Nitai pada pashariya, and we overlook or neglect or forget the lotus feet of Lord Nityananda, and then asatyare satya korimani, and in this way, that which is truth, that which is untrue, we accept as being true. In other words, it's like Krishna says in Bhagavad-Gita that those who are conditioned souls, they don't know what to do and they don't know what not to do. What is dharma, they take as adharma, and what is adharma, they think is dharma. So without the lotus feet of Lord Nityananda, this is our situation. We're thinking it's dharma, but it's adharma because Lord Nityananda is not there. Nitayer koruna habe, braje radha Krishna pabe. And then he repeats himself. He says that when we get the mercy of Lord Nityananda, then we will be able to enter into the intimate pastimes of Radha Krishna in Sri Vrindavan Dham. So he's repeating himself. He's stressing this point. Narottam Das Thakur is emphasizing this point so much. And then again he says, Daro nitai charana dukani, Daro nitai charan dukani. Therefore again, I've really got to hold on to the lotus feet of Lord Nityananda. I can't forget him. I can't overlook him. I can't ignore. It's very important. So Narottam Das Thakur, he doesn't have to repeat himself, but why is he repeating and saying the same thing again? Because it is so important. He wants to get it through our thick skulls. Nitaya, that the lotus feet of Lord Nityananda are the absolute truth. Satya, it's reality. Tahar sevaka nitta, and to be his servant is an eternal service. Eternal service to serve Sri Nityananda Prabhu. Nitai pada sada koroash. And again he says, therefore my only wish, my only desire is to always take shelter of the lotus feet of Lord Nityananda. How important is this being stressed by Narottam Das Thakur? And Narottam Das Thakur, he knows what he's talking about. He's telling us, he's giving us this highest tattva. Then he says, Rakoranga charanero pas, Rakoranga charanero pas, Rakoranga charanero pas, Rakoranga charanero pas. So may I always remain by those lotus feet, and all my life, all my enjoyment, all my happiness, everything in my life is dependent on these lotus feet. So this is so important. So we really want to understand Lord Nityananda. So Lord Nityananda, if we look at his life, we see that three phases of his life, and we'll go through each of those three phases to try to understand him in a very deep way. Now, the three phases that Lord Nityananda experienced in his life, we also experience those, but not at the same level. So his first level is the Poganda level, or the Balya Lila, his childhood pastimes. But what childhood pastimes he had! He knew the Shastra inside and outside. He knew everything about Krishna Lila, about Ram Lila, and he inspired all his children friends, all his childhood friends, in the same way. They all became mad after Dharma. Their whole life was Dharma, 24 hours a day, moment to moment to moment to moment. Just because Nitai was like that, he was their leader. So in Ekchakragram, where he appeared in the house of Harai Pandit and Padmavati Devi, he was the love of everyone in that village. Everyone loved Nityananda. All the other families loved Nityananda because they saw how their children were so much benefited by the association of Nitai. So they loved him. He was the love of that village. And everyone was astonished. How does he know all this Shastra? All the Krishna Lila, all the Ram Lila. Where did he get all this information from? And how can he convey it to all the other children and get them totally absorbed in it too? There was no nonsense that when we're children, we engage in nonsense. But those children, they were engaged in the Nitya Tattva. Because those children, Rakoranga Charanerapash, they were enjoying the association of the lotus feet of Lord Nityananda. They couldn't live without the lotus feet of Lord Nityananda. So in Ekchakragram, it was a very blissful village. It was the most dharmic village at that time, due to Lord Nityananda's presence. And regularly, nightly, the children would put on these plays and everyone would gather and everyone in the whole village would be in ecstasy. Krishna Lila, Ram Lila, completely absorbed in spiritual tattva. And then one day, of course, Ekchakra had a reputation. The glories of Ekchakra began to spread. This is a wonderful village. It's so dharmic. All the pastimes of Radha and Krishna daily being performed, everyone in ecstasy. So one day, a sannyasi appears. And, he's a traveling sannyasi. They travel and they preach and they do programs in the houses of different householders. So he came and stayed there for some time. And the residents of Ekchakragram, they are so dharmic, they're so purified from the association of their children who are performing all these pastimes and putting the parents in this ecstatic, blissful mood. So they were so happy to show the Dharma, the Vaishnava behavior towards this sannyasi. And Harai Pandit especially, because he became the very prominent person in the village because it was his son, Nityananda, that was enlivening everybody. So everybody was saying to Harai Pandit, your son is the most amazing, you and your wife. What pastimes had you performed in your previous life that you could get such a wonderful son? So he was being glorified. So then the sannyasi, it was time for the sannyasi to move on. So Harai Pandit approached him and said, thank you so much for coming here. We've loved your association and you've enlivened us and we want to reciprocate. We want to give you something. Whatever you want, you please tell us and we will be so happy to give to you as our way of thanking you for coming and sharing your dharma with us. So the sannyasi said, really? You really sure about this? Oh yeah, whatever you want, we'll tell you. We'll give it to you. No, you don't really mean it. No, 100%. She said, well, you know, I'm a sannyasi traveling alone. I don't have a brahmachari assistant. I really would like one. And I can't imagine anyone who would be better than your son Nityananda. So if you want to give me some benediction, you please give me this boy so that he can travel with me. And Harai Pandit was in shock. No! Ah, please, anything else. Anything else. I'll give you anything else. Please don't take away our Nityananda. But the sannyasi had spoken. And Harai Pandit realized, I've given my word, and now he's spoken. How can I go back on my word? So with a broken heart, he agreed. And his wife, of course, she was also broken-hearted, but she, being the wonderful chaste lady that she was, she said, whatever my husband says, I will follow. You know, whatever you will think is best to do, I accept that 100%. So that sannyasi left and took Nityai with him. That was the end of Lord Nityananda's childhood pastimes. And a few months later, what happened? Harai Pandit and his wife left their bodies because they couldn't live in separation of Nityananda. They were plunged into such misery and such despair and such lamentation that they could no longer maintain their lives. And this sannyasi's name is never mentioned in any shastra. Who knows why his name is never mentioned? His name is never mentioned because he caused such great lamentation in the village of Ekchakra, because he caused the disappearance, the passing of Harai Pandit and Padmavati, that they don't want to mention his name because some people may curse him. Better we just say, one wonderful sannyasi, we're not going to mention his name because we don't want anybody to say anything negative about him, because out of great pain and suffering that we lost our Nitai, we may say something negative about that person. So it was best left unsaid. The historians, the people that what's the word? Chronicled the history, they just decided we'll leave his name out. In the same way, when you look at Sri Haridas Thakur, it's never mentioned who is his guru. But he was born in a Mohammedan family. He was a Muslim. And then all of a sudden now he's the topmost Vaishnava. Who's his guru? It's never mentioned. Why is it never mentioned? Because according to the Mohammedan, the Muslim Dharma, anybody converts someone from Muslim Dharma to another Dharma, that's haram, death. So they will never mention the name of that guru of Haridas Thakur because some crazy, fanatic person will try to do harm. That you converted a Muslim to a Hindu, kill. But we can understand, if we study the Shastra and go deeply into these things, we can begin to understand who these people are, even though their names aren't mentioned. So I'll first mention about Haridas Thakur. His guru is never mentioned. But if you look at Haridas Thakur's life, who he associated with and how he associated with everybody, how he associated with Advaita Acharya, how he associated with Nityananda. He associated with them like godbrothers do. Nityananda associated with Advaita Acharya like godbrother. Nityananda and Haridas Thakur went out together as godbrothers. Therefore, when we look at who was the guru of Advaita Acharya, it's Madhavendra Puri. Therefore, we can conclude that the only person who was powerful enough to convert a Mohammedan to become the Namacharya would have to be, his name would never mentioned in Shastra, but if he's the guru, if he's the god brother of Advaita Acharya, then it must be Madhavendra Puri. And if Nityananda also, it behaves with Advaita Acharya as a god brother, then they must have the same guru also. Because in those days, everything was done according to, we say in English, according to the etiquette. What is the word in Sadachar? Okay, that's the etiquette. Huh? Thank you. Everything was a Paka Sadachar. So you only behave like Nityananda and Advaita Acharya because they're god brothers, joking and sometimes it seems that they were poking fun at each other and insulting each other, but they were Guru Bhai. But they would never do that in any other relationship. So Nityananda, Nitai, leaves with this sannyasi, and the next thing we know, he's with another sannyasi, Madhavendra Puri. Now, was he another sannyasi or was he the same sannyasi? This is the question I've been asking and I've been trying to understand. So if we look at Nitai, what happened, he left Bengal, traveled towards Braj, and then traveled down to South India and stayed in South India, especially in Udupi, where he associated with Lakshmipati Tirtha. Now we also know that Madhavendra Puri was living in Govardhan, and he also was associating with Lakshmipati Tirtha. He was also down there in Udupi. Were they there at the exact same time? Or did they miss each other? I think that they were there at the same time because they were both there for some time. Now, we know that our Sampradaya is known as the Brahma Madhva Gaudiya Vaishnava Sampradaya, that we're connected to the Madhvas somehow. And that connection to the Madhvas is through Lakshmipati Tirtha. So some people say that, or some people believe that Madhavendra Puri took sannyas from Lakshmipati Tirtha, and that's the connection. However, every sannyasi in the Madhva line is a Tirtha. There's no Puris. And when you look at when you go to Udupi and you see the list of all the sannyasis after Lakshmipati Tirtha, there's other Tirthas. There's never a Madhavendra Puri there. So Madhavendra Puri took sannyas from someone else. We don't know. Maybe Dinabandhu knows. No. But he took from a Puri Sampradaya, not a Tirtha Sampradaya. And Nityananda was there also. And some people say that Nityananda took sannyas from was initiated by Lakshmipati Tirtha. But I can't believe that he was initiated by Lakshmipati Tirtha, because if he was, an Advaita Acharya and Haridas Thakur would have honored him as their Param Guru. But they behaved like god brothers. So it's not possible that he was initiated by Lakshmipati Tirtha. And he spent a lot of time with Madhavendra Puri, so he must have been initiated by Madhavendra Puri. Madhavendra Puri was the most profound and most powerful Vaishnava of that time. When Lord Chaitanya was questioned by different devotees about what is the truth, what is the tattva, he would always quote the shloka that Yudhisthira quoted, Mahajana yena gata sapanta, that we follow in the footsteps of a great Vaishnava. And of course, when Mahaprabhu was asked why we do like this, why we do like this, why we believe like this, why we're different than Madhva Sampradaya, why we're different Ramanuja Sampradaya, he would always say, Mahajano yena gata sapanta. And for us, that Mahajan that we always follow is Madhavendra Puri. That's who Lord Chaitanya would say. Now in ISKCON, if they ask us, why are you different than Gaudiya Math? Why are you different in this Sampradaya or that Sampradaya? We will also say, Mahajana yena gata sapanta. And that Mahajan, for us, is Srila Prabhupada. Whatever Srila Prabhupada says, that is the tattva for us. And for Lord Chaitanya, whatever Madhavendra Puri proposed, that was the tattva. So, the second phase of Lord Nityananda's life was as a following the brahmacharya, wearing Gerawa Kapur, saffron cloth, traveling with the sannyasi, traveling all over. And after South India, he came back to Braj. And of course, at this time where Nityananda was doing all this, his second phase of his life, where he was traveling everywhere, with living in the sannyas lifestyle, although not a sannyasi himself. In Navadvip, Nimai Pandit was still Nimai. He was still much younger. He was still Nimai Pandit. But then, Jagannath Mishra passed away, and a year later, Nimai Pandit went to Gaya to perform the Pinda, the Shraddha ceremony for his father. And there he met Ishwara Puri. And Ishwara Puri knew him because Ishwara Puri was also a traveling sannyasi. And he would travel all over, and he would come to Navadvip, he'd come to Mayapur, and he'd stay in the houses, and he'd preach. And he would stay at Jagannath Mishra's house. So he knew Nimai as a young boy and as he was growing up. So when Nimai came to do the Pinda for his father, and he was in that famous Vishnu Pada temple in Gaya, and Ishwara Puri was there, he said, "Oh, Nimai, you've come." "Yes." "Oh, what brings you here?" "Oh, my father passed on and I'm doing it." And then Nimai said to him, "You know, now that my father's passed on and I realize how transitory life is, that I think that I really need to take Diksha. I think that I'm ready now to take the next step of my life. Will you give me initiation?" So that's how Nitai took initiation from Ishwara Puri. It's a long story, but we're not talking about Lord Chaitanya here. But at that time, after he took initiation and he was given the mantra, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Nimai became a totally different person. He was transformed overnight. In fact, early the next morning, around the Brahma Muhurta time, after he had taken Diksha the evening before from Ishwara Puri, Ishwara Puri was now rising. He was getting ready to do his morning oblations, and he heard a knock on the door. He opened it up, and there was Nimai. Completely, his cloth was all full of dirt and dust. His hair was all disheveled. He looked horrible. And Ishwara Puri was terrified. "What happened? Some dacoits have attacked you. Please come in, sit down. What happened? Please tell me everything." And Nimai said, his name was Krishna Chaitanya now. He was given the name Krishna Chaitanya when he took Diksha. "Tell me what happened." So he said, "Guru Maharaj, what kind of mantra have you given me?" "What do you mean?" "I mean, this is the mantra. This is the mantra I give to everybody." "Why are you saying it? I mean, this is This is perfectly bona fide. This is shastric. This is dharmic. Why are you asking? I said, well, you gave me that mantra, and I went back to where I was staying after I took Diksha, and I started to chant this mantra, and tears started to come to my eyes, and palpitations in the heart, and the hair started to stand up, and my body, and I couldn't maintain myself, and I was losing my breath, and I was falling over, and I was going mad, and I was thinking, what kind of mantra has my guru given me? And I was just rolling and rolling in the dirt, and I completely lost external consciousness. And Ishwara Puri said, this is amazing. Overnight, you're experiencing the Astva Sattvika Bhavas. This takes lifetimes. This is amazing. And so, Sri Krishna Chaitanya was a changed person. And that change, when Nitai, who was here in Braj, in the Braj Bhumi area, he experienced, he felt that change. He realized now Nimai Pandit is now no longer the scholar, but he is the avatari, the source of incarnations himself, coming to perform the Yuga Dharma. So then he left and he went and met him at Nandanacharya's house in Navadvip. So Dinabandhu has so beautifully told that pastime. And then Nityananda was side by side with Sri Krishna Chaitanya. But of course at that time Sri Krishna Chaitanya was still a grihasta. And but everywhere he went, all over Bengal, people were saying, do you know what's going on in Navadvip? No, what's happening? Well, there's kirtan going on, they're chanting this mantra, and everyone's going mad in ecstasy. Really? So all the musicians and sadhus would come from all over Bengal just to experience the kirtans. So Nityananda was there for that. And then they all went back to their towns and villages throughout Bengal, and that's how kirtan spread all over Bengal. And then Nityananda said to Lord Chaitanya, now you have to spread it all over India. He said, yeah, I have to do that, but I'm a grihasta. No one will accept me as a grihasta. Then take sannyas. You know, just put on Gerawa Kapur, and immediately everyone will offer you any respects, even if you're bogus, just wearing the saffron cloth. And that's also true today. Just put on saffron, immediately everyone offers dandavats and gives you donation. They don't know anything about you. It's just sadachar. So Lord Chaitanya took sannyas from Keshava Bharati, but Lord Nityananda didn't like that. He didn't like that he carried a danda. He didn't like that he was even connected to the Mayavad Sampradaya. And after Lord Chaitanya, of course, he became mad in ecstasy after taking sannyas. And he was saying to Nitai, take me to Vrindavan, take me to Vrindavan. So Nitai wanted to take him back to Advaita Acharya. So they would walk along the Ganga, and Nitai would say to Lord Chaitanya, this is the Jamuna, you're in Braj. Oh, ecstasy. And then he brought him to the house of Advaita Acharya. And Advaita Acharya had arranged for Sachi Mata to be there, because Lord Chaitanya had awoken after midnight, on the full moon night, when his wife, Vishnupriya, was fast asleep, and his mother, Sachi Mata, was fast asleep. And he got up quietly. And with Nityananda and Chandanacharya and a few others, I forget all their names, they crossed the river and went to Katwa to take sannyas, diksha. So Sachi Mata, she was distraught completely. So Advaita Acharya wanted for her to have one last darshan with Nimai, her son. So So Nityananda had brought Krishna Chaitanya to Advaita Acharya's house. And when Lord Chaitanya saw his mother, he is now a sannyasi, he offered flat-out dandavats to her. He said, "Oh, my mother, please forgive me for the great offense I've committed at your lotus feet. I left you and took sannyas. It's a great offense. I have broken your heart. But this body belongs to you. You have given me this body. So, and you are my mother. You are my authority. You tell me, where should this body reside from now on?" So Matsachi Mata said, "Then you reside in Puri, because that's not so far. And I'll always get news from you, because devotees from Mayapur are always going back and forth to Puri." And so Lord Chaitanya, he took that as a vow, the word of his mother, and so Puri became his residence, so he could never leave Puri. And that's why he sent Nityananda to go preach in Bengal. Of course, he did take 6 months off to do Tirtha Parikrama around India, Lord Chaitanya. And then when he came back to Puri 6 years later, did I say 6 months? I meant 6 years. 6 years he came back to Puri. And then everyone gathered, and again it was Rath Yatra time, and it was really ecstatic. And then one by one, the devotees would come to see Lord Chaitanya, and he would give them their Prabhu Datta Desh. And he was giving everyone their instructions. And then Nityananda came. And we know that Nityananda, he was known as Nityananda Avadut. But he was a different kind of Avadut. He was a special Avadut. Avadut means that he doesn't follow the social conventions. He's beyond those social conventions. You know, the example was given. They would say that if you see Lord Nityananda going into a liquor shop, you only know he's going there to preach. He was an avadut. He would go there to preach and convert people. No one else would do that. Everyone else would stay away from that horrible place. But Nitai was an avadut. He would go into that place to preach. He preached to Jagai and Madai, as we heard so beautifully from Dinabandhu Prabhu. And he was even attacked. Broken pot on the head. But Nityananda was so merciful that Jagai and Madai, they surrendered. They said, he's a saint. We've committed a great sin. The Lord Chaitanya came, was about to kill them. And it's very strange. We still refer to them as Jagai and Madai, the two reprobates. But actually they became Jagadananda and Madhavananda, two great Vaishnavas. And I don't feel comfortable referring to them as Jagai and Madai, the two reprobates. I like to think of them as the disciples of Nityananda, Madhavananda, and Jagadananda, who are now Paka Vaishnavas. The same way, I like to think of the disciple of Haridas Thakur, who was formerly a prostitute, but then became an exalted devotee. So I never say that, I always say formerly was a prostitute, but now the great Vaishnavi, who's a disciple of Haridas Thakur. So we never want to think of people what they were before they took initiation, before they came to this line. Because if you thought of me the way I was before I came to this line, you wouldn't want to associate with me. You wouldn't want to even be in the same building as me. But fortunately, by Prabhupada's mercy, when we take Diksha, by the Lord's mercy, when we take Diksha, the past is completely forgotten and we become new personalities, we become spiritualized. So Lord Nityananda also came to see Lord Chaitanya and said, you instruct me, you're instructing everybody else. You please tell me, what is my Prabhu Datta Desh? So Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu says, yes, I've been thinking about you, Nitai. And there's two things that I'm requesting you to do. Yes, please tell me, whatever you say, I will do. First thing is, I can't go back to Bengal because I promised my mother I'd always stay in Puri. So you go to Bengal and you preach and you make sure that every single person in Bengal becomes a Vaishnava. Yes, I will do, no problem. Yes, I will be happy to do that. What is the second thing? Second thing, I want you to get married. What? Get married? How can I do that? I don't even know how to talk to a lady. I've worn saffron cloth my whole life. How can I do that? No, you must do that. Because kiba vipa kiba nyasi shudra kene noy yetich the tatpa veta say guru hoy. You have to show that we're beyond all this external things of varnashram dharma. When Ramananda Roy was asked by Lord Chaitanya, please tell me what is the satyasar, sarva satyasar, what is the essence of dharma? And when he mentioned varnashram dharma, Lord Chaitanya, that's external. Age kohor, please go deeper. So Nityananda had to accept. I'm going to be grihastha. I have to get married. He was shocked, but he accepted it. Lord Chaitanya is my Lord. Whatever he says, I must do. So he left Puri and went to Bengal. The first place he came to was Koradaha, was the house of Suryadas Sarakil. And on his travels, Lord Nityananda got rid of his Gerua Kapur and put on white, because that's what grihasthas wear. So he went to the home of Suryadas Sarakil because Suryadas knew Nityananda. They had relationship, they had pastimes together. So Suryadas noticed he's wearing white, but he didn't want to say anything. He just welcomed him in. Please come to my home. You're welcome, stay here. Why are you here? Why you've left Puri? You left Lord Chaitanya. Tell me what happened. Well, he told me to come to preach, to stay in Bengal. So I'll be here for the rest of my life preaching in Bengal now. Suryadas says, oh, that's wonderful. That's fantastic. I'm so happy. And again, he didn't say anything about you're wearing white. But subsequently, when they were having a relaxed moment, Suryadas mentioned, you know, I see that you're not wearing saffron anymore, you're wearing white. What happened? Do I need to purchase some dye for you? Or No. I'm wearing white for a specific reason. What is that reason? Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu told me to get married. Really? Yeah, he told me to get married. You're going to get married? I have to. Sri Chaitanya told me. Suryadas said, that's very, very interesting. And Nityananda said, well, what's so interesting about it? Well, I have 2 daughters of marriageable age. I'd like to give you both of them. This would be the most wonderful thing. They could never get a better husband than you. And so Lord Nityananda married Vasudha and Janava. And they became his 2 wives. And from Janava from Vasudha, he had one issue, a son named Virbhadra. And Virbhadra became a wonderful Vaishnava. He became a guru in his own right later on in his life. There was a wonderful Vaishnava with many disciples. But Janava Mata, she decided she didn't want to be a mother. She could be a mother to her stepson, Vasudha's son, but she wanted to be like Sannyasini. So she remained barren, and she became like, how do you say it? Because we don't say Sannyasini. Or she became a renounced woman. What's the word? Sadhvi, right, that's the word, sadhvi, thank you. And she was such a great sadhvi that after Lord Nityananda left this planet, she became the #1 Vaishnava amongst all the Vaishnavas in India. And she was given a title, Ishvari Devi. Ishvari means she's the controller, the #1 head of all the Vaishnavas everywhere. And what did she do? She was empowered by Nityananda. Just the association of Nityananda. We already know how anybody who had the association of Nityananda became completely transformed. She became so powerful. She traveled all over India. She came to Braj to meet the 6 Goswamis. And in the temples that they had established, there was the Govinda temple, Madan Mohan temple, Sham Sundar temple, Damodar temple. And she came and she said, "Where's Radharani? There's no Radha." So she inspired that all the deities would have their Radha. We'd have Radha Govinda, Radha Sham Sundar, Radha Damodar, Radha Madan Mohan. That was the first thing she did. Another thing that she did was, everyone in India just says the Gayatri mantra. There's one Gayatri mantra. Om Bhur Bhuvasva Tat Savitur Varenyam. Everybody knows that mantra. She added the other mantras. 5 other mantras. The only we chant in our Gaudiya Vaishnava Sampradaya came from Ishwari, Janava Mata. Ishwari Devi, Sadhviji. Then she went to Radhakund. She lived by a tree, not just a few steps away from where Raghunath Das Goswami had his bhajan kuti, or she had her bhajan kuti, but under a tree. Such a great Vaishnavi by the association of Nityananda. Therefore, Daronitai charana dukani, daronitai charan dukani, daronitai charan dukani. I've got to hold on to those 2 lotus feet of Lord Nityananda as my life and soul. Otherwise, Radha Krishna Paitenai. So, Sri Nityananda Prabhu Ki Jai. Thank you very much. Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Harinam Sankirtan Ki Jai. Samaveta Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai. Gaur Premanandi. Hari Hari Bol.
Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hari Bol. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. सब लोग गाइए कृष्णा कृष्णा हरे हरे राम राम हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Hare. Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Radhe Shyam, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
सभी भक्ति लोग जोर से बोले हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। बोलो निताय गौर प्रेमानंदे। हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। बोलो कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण हरि बोल हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 राम हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे सभी लोग प्रेम से बोलिए हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Bol. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Hare, Ram Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare. Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Bol. Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Bol. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Bol. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare। सभी लोग प्रेम से बोलिए हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Bolo bolo bolo. Hare Krishna, jal bajao sab log. Krishna
Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama बोलिए बोलिए Hare Rama Ram Rama Hare Hare एक और बार सब लोग जोर से बोलिए बोलिए Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Nitai Nitai Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Nitai Nitai Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Oh Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare. Oh. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Nita Hare Rama Rama. Oh Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare. प्रेम से बोलिए हरे राम हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे. हरे राम 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 हरे हरे. हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे. हरे राम 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 हरे हरे. हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे. हरे राम 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 हरे हरे. हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे. हरे राम 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 हरे हरे. बोलिए बोलो. राम हरे हरे. बोलो हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे. हरे राम राम राम. बोलो. हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे. हरे राम 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 हरे हरे. हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे. हरे राम 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 हरे हरे. हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे. हरे राम 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 हरे हरे. हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे. हरे राम 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 हरे हरे. हरे कृष्ण Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare Radhe Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Ram get together Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare Hey Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Ram Hare Hey Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare Hare Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Nitai, Nitai. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna
Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Nithai 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 Krishna Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare प्रेम से बोलिए हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम राम हरे हरे
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare I was saying something, then you were saying something. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram Hare Ram.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Ram Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram,
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Ram
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram
Oh Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram
Oh Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare
Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram Ram Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Ram
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna.
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hey!
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare.
Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama,
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare
Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Ram.
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare
Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare.
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Shri Radhe Shyam Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare